Yeah, I'll turn the mic on for a minute. Holy fuck, my head hurts. I'm not turning any of the lights on, though. So you're gonna have to deal with it. Wow. Alright, not a lot of zero DTE data yet. Couple more minutes for that. Drawn Gherk, please. I have nope. There we go. You know what? That's actually too bright. I don't want to look at that either. ES looks like it's continuing to fail the 4135 level. Yeah, I'm just slipping below it now. Trading View Dark Mode's earning its stripes today. Yes, it is. So today was an interesting start. Dow rallied super hard in the pre-market on what was arguably the worst Empire State Manufacturing Index in 4 months. Picked up a 4120 and 4015p, a 4131 GTEC. Thoughts? I don't know how valuable the call is right now. Did you get the long? Yeah, I'm stopped out now. I put a stop after we gapped up at open. I got stopped out like right away. I'm still in the short side though. So, but I don't have any long protection currently. I have a black screen and I draw the charts in real time. That's kind of impressive. Oh god. 22 months and I couldn't have ever asked for a better husband. You really could have. Life partner, stock god, father. You're the sun in my eyes, making every day more bearable and worth waking up for. This is also our 6-month anniversary. That's not a real thing. Anniversaries happen every year. That's why they're annual. But thanks, Darth, for, you know, I don't know, whatever it is you do. Could a rally like that on bad news be fueled by the closing of a short position? Potentially, yeah. That's what I always do when I get really bad economic data is I snap close all my shorts. Although actually, you know, lately that might pay off. Oh Lord, Darth is back. He's never left. Jimmy 20p weeklies free money. Ooh. Oh, but it's such a grind. Like, if it stays propped up today and tomorrow, it's gonna fucking burn up so much theta. And then you're gonna need it to hit, what, like, 19 or sub 19 during SLD? I know I've tried this before during SLD weeks, and it's never paid a lot of money. But I guess this one could be different. Did you close the long leg of your SPX straddle because you think it's just down from here? I closed the long leg of my SPX straddle because I got stopped out. I set the stop because I was profitable. That's all. No, not because I think it's just down from here. I think we could easily bounce, but right now futures look really bad. I think we are going to see some sell off right now. Although I don't know how much. I don't know how much of a sell off we're going to see here. That part's a little less obvious. We have the gamma flip at 41.22 again, so this is a little too high. So gamma flip points right there. Well, whatever. Fucking close enough. Who cares? Futures is starting to test 41.30 now. I really don't think 41.30 matters very much. We'll probably test 41.25. Which means there's still a little ways to go. Yeah, start something real quick here. Google holding up the market this week again. I don't know, but I want to sell some spreads on that before it drops. No? I mean, Google's like fucking barely up today. Microsoft's down this morning. Netflix is down. Nvidia's up a tiny bit. So is Amazon. Nothing looks particularly great this morning. I mean, QQQ as a whole is slightly down. Russell's doing okay today. But I still think there's going to be, I think there's some sector shift that goes on. I'm still back testing it, but I think there's some sector shift that goes on in the couple days before SLD, which makes sense. Although this morning's Dow performance didn't stay in line with expectations, so I don't really know how valuable that's going to be. My favorite part of the member stream, things can change. My picks aren't the word of God. Gherk's self-proclaimed stock god. Oh, builder. Interesting. Not like Home Depot. Cow plays should be DOA, but gapped into a range at open. Do you have any new options info on cat that might? No, I don't. I mean, I have the same options info I had last night for it. It's still technically bouncing. I mean, it's up from like the risk level. So I I mean, the play isn't invalidated, but I kind of don't want to enter it because Dow's now underperforming, right? I would say that the risk is kind of high. Although I'm it may still be correct. The risk is definitely a little higher with the bad manufacturing print. What's on Home Depot Target earnings? I think I'm not going to play them. I think seasonally this earnings isn't great for Home Depot. Hold on. Okay, futures breaking down below 41.30 now. It's kind of a slow drop, but it's still got pretty decent volume out here on like the 5-minute. I guess I should put back in my resistance there at 41.35. That was pretty important previously. Looks like we're picking up some momentum. Lots of 41.25 put interest. I think I have some 0DT data now. There we go. All right, 4100 starting to look pretty good. Picking up quite a lot of interest there. How about that New York manufacturing data this morning? It was fucking terrible. Can you at least describe your kitty to us? Does he have fuzzy haunches, whiskas? What's the boopability of the nose situation? Uh, HD Target Walmart earnings should give a picture of the consumer. It'll help. I mean, they also sell a lot of, well, HD not so much, I guess, but they sell a lot of staples, right? So it's those stocks should be generally resistant to recessionary trends. Tesla dead gone. I mean, it's kind of a bag of shit. It's not doing well. If it was gonna continue its bounce, I would have expected its bounce to continue today. It doesn't appear to be doing that. Did you get a chance to check out the FSLR acquisition? Not fully, no. Otherwise, I would have written more about it. uh, I might pick up some like 41.15 puts for like 30.45 DTE in the interim, and just in case it drops after its obscene bounce. Well, at least while I'm still digging. I read up a little bit on it, but not a lot. I need to find more data. I sold my SPY calls this morning for 25%, setting a stop. I couldn't have done it without your teachings. Nice, man. Thanks for everything. You're welcome. Fubo keeping the market from going in the toilet. Hmm. Fail there. My October lily puts are red, but my Jan lily puts are green. Okay. Did you get blown up on the spread? Been gone for a few days. Are you expecting anything on Fubo during this week or next week for OPEX? I think today's T5. From its earnings run. So if it's gonna pick up any volume or interest, it'll probably be today. It's doing okay this morning, it looks like. It's up about 5%, back to the 180 level. Yeah. I don't know if I want to play it. Maybe just sell more covered calls on it. It's not picking up a ton of volume. I think Upstart's T5 is tomorrow. It's getting hammered a little bit this morning. Yeah. Okay. There we go. Yeah, options interest is still pretty bearish. Really, are we getting closer to that 41.25 strike? 41.10's got a lot of puts, and 4100. Net negative gamma, but only by a little bit. HT should do quite well during a recession. Nobody will sell their homes, and so they will likely do more renovations instead. Yeah, and they're more likely to do them themselves also. BLDR isn't diversified. It's a lumberyard with a national footprint. What I don't understand is why it hasn't already corrected down. It's at an all-time high, heading into a pullback. How's lumber pricing? It's interesting how high it is. I can kind of agree with that, but their profits don't seem to be suffering at all. I mean, they've had a little bit of margin contraction over the last couple quarters, but their margins still look good, and their cash flows are, well, down, but quite positive all the same. They have an okay balance sheet. I mean, I would definitely say that they're trading at like kind of an unrealistic price to earnings, but there might be a little more to that. Yes, looks like it may want to fail 4130. Yeah, it's starting to look like it. It just retested it from the downside. VIX is moving up still. Back now above 18 for the first time in I think a few days. Yeah, since last Thursday morning. Where the fuck did it go? There it is. Why gherkin visible? I don't want to turn my lights on. I have a fucking massive headache right now. Lumber prices near pre-COVID levels. Hmm. So maybe this morning just repositioning on the sold 4100s because those look kind of gone. And there might still be some sold 4100s for today, but the interest for this Friday has fallen off massively on that strike. 4120 still call heavy, but that really looks like the only significant calls on the chain. And that's for this Friday. 4150 might still be sold. 4175, 4050, 4000, all picking up interest. So we're picking up like quite a lot of put interest right now. Future is finding a tiny bit of support on 4125 here, but not a lot. The support looks weak. further dated puts coming in. Does Lilly have negative beta or something? I mean, healthcare kind of does a little bit. I'm trying not to be too greedy here, but all 100% profits on my SPX bear calls. Yeah, it doesn't seem terrible. Although, I think the downtrend here is going to persist. It still looks pretty strong. Yeah. Alright, what the fuck? Why isn't that updating? There we go. Huh. Yes, down 33. Dow now down 42. VIX futures are moving up. Dollar's still pretty flat. Near-term yields coming down. All right. Yeah, it still looks pretty bearish. 15 looks bearish. Call profitability was like dead after this morning's open. So any calls bought any calls bought in the last 28 days is still like 7. It's only 7% remain profitable. Yeah, call profitability fell from like 21% last Thursday down to 7.86 today. Friday was 0. Try not to be too greedy here, but all 100% profits. What's up with these bursty volume candles on GMA? It's very illiquid still. I don't know. There's still some ETF FTDs, but they're way lower now. I think they're like sub 200,000 or sub 300,000. What's today? The 15th. Oh, that's ETF FTD 515. Yeah, today's got like 350,000. So it's really fucking low. Tomorrow has some 760,000 of them. And then 500, 140, 177, 185. So it falls off again for like 3 more days. And it kind of looks like they're just washing the FTDs through ETFs over and over again. And slowly, how would Gaff put it? Continuously net settling them. Although that'll go away the second we get any like significant or persistent downturn in the indexes, right? Once they get like sell side liquidity, it's over. If Fubo has no action today, then it's likely going to be dead until next earnings. Probably, yeah. I don't think OPEX holds a lot of potential for it, at least not yet. But Fubo's doing okay today. I mean, it's up 3%. It's not very much money, right? But I'm kind of more interested in the fact that volume on Fubo is still so low. Actually, you know what? That's fine. I don't need to take profits there. I can cut this one too. No. Well, should put a stop at like 9. Is it invalidated at 9? 8, 10. This one 52 by all right. Someone was just spoofing ES of the 200 lot bid at 41.24. I don't know if 200 lots can be called a spoof, but they canceled it once it got at 41.24.25. Did it just fill? Am I dumb to buy GLD puts for June? It's so disconnected from silver, and Dixie is showing strength. I'd be careful with it. I mean, you could, but you'd probably want some upside protection. There's still the potential for, like, not necessarily default, but fear of default. Which might be worth considering. And then also another bank failure is going to see gold rally super hard, right? Sorry, Pterodactyl. My regularly handsome face is masking a severe headache. Is the slow breakdown of SPX super bearish since put holders are less inclined to hurry up and sell? I mean, put holders are becoming more, like, put positioning is becoming more entrenched, which is really bearish, but also takes time. They really don't like VIX at 18. No, they don't. Be on the call side here. Twenty-four, 25. Yes. Something's wrong with, like, zero DTE data from, like, 2 different sources. What the fuck is going on with that? Alright. Yes. Maybe bounce back to 41.35 here. We have a little bit of a bounce off of like 41.25. It doesn't look particularly strong yet, but it may pick up a little bit of momentum. Which you'll probably see VIX back closer to like 1750. I'm here, little G-Wagon. Yeah. Big movements in options positioning. Grab a quick 30% off that morning drop. So easy. Nice, dude. Have you seen any of the Zelda penis robot videos yet? No. Would your headache enable you to put a drawing or a picture of your beautiful face on the screen? Ugh. My crime indicator is at 89% overcrimed. I haven't seen it this high since Jan 2021. Is this like Fed Week with all the speakers? There's a lot, yeah. I think there's, what, 3 today? 4 tomorrow? Well, let me take a look. Yeah. So they're still barking today at 12:30. They cook at 5. And then tomorrow there's Mester in the pre-market, Mester and Bostic in the pre-market, and then Williams and Logan in the intraday, and then Bostic again after close. Powell's doing a meeting with Ben Bernanke this Friday. Why are memes up and blue chips down? Are we witnessing a flight to safety? I don't think so. If we're laying off 1,300 people in China as sales plummet, all right. Zoom in on GME. What are we supposed to zoom in on? It's gone up 50 cents. JPOW meeting Bernanke sounds bullish. Nothing like getting both people responsible for economic crises in the same room. Sorry about the comment. I thought missing face was just a hardware thing, not by choice. Get well, man. Thanks, Pterodactyl. It is currently by choice. I hope. I'm sure my camera won't work when I go to use it though. No one will know. You think anybody will notice that it's not me? I missed the Sunday stream. Did you discuss win sub 4,000? I think we did. It's time for J-Pod to step up. It is you? It's you and your adorable cat. Yeah, I don't wanna encourage any more of that. So win 4K. I mean, we could see it through the SLD period. It's 300 basis. It's a little less than 300 basis points from our current price. Ooh, Upstart really did turn around. Neat. I like that. Do I want to buy some fucking like weeklies on this shit? Maybe. It's just still really sensitive to the like market moves. Yeah. Interesting. No, I'm not buying weeklies yet, but maybe for tomorrow. It looks tempting. Future's getting rejected a little bit below. Is this a good time to pick up 41.15s? Kind of pricey, but not a terrible price. Hmm. Perfect name for Girk's cat. Charm. Gross. Bought nail clippers this morning. Only Revlon ones on sale. I refused to support, so continued the trend and bought other brand ones at double the price. Let's fucking go. You should get Japanese ones off Amazon. They're awesome. What do you think Upstart's picking back up? I mean, it had a little bit of covering there, but I'd wait to see if that trend persisted. No, there's a 4120 test. Just stayed on the call side there. Hmm. So small bounce. Way too long of a rolling period. So there's no change in price since Friday. SPX looks really ready to have another little move up. No. I'm not sure if this is gonna like persist or fail. It kind of looks like this is the top of the range. Although positioning, I guess, could change. I don't really have any data on it right now. Oh, there it goes. 41.25 and 41.30 don't look terrible. But there's still way more put interest. Aren't the days before SLD usually green? Sometimes. Sometimes they're just kind of volatile. Like mostly ending flat, but up and down through the intraday. Like last SLD, I think the peak was on Tuesday, but it didn't last very long. It was like 30 minutes. Is the audio one channel only? No? I don't have enough theta on these July QQQ puts I bought this morning. I don't, how far out of the money are they, Popcorn? Are they for 300? 325? That doesn't sound that bad. I'm inversing myself. It's a new strat. I think you're gonna find that that's very rewarding. I'm gonna check the VIX one day. VIX futures are kind of flat now. VIX one day down. Bouncing a little here. Okay, that's all wrong. Hold on. Where's GME? Over here? I just sold a super deep in the money put on SQQQ for Jan 24. Do you like my version of passive investing? Okay. Are zero DTE $1 wide SPY put credit spreads on the morning dip the only play? They're definitely not the only play. They're a play. I don't know where to direct my degenerate play only funds for today. Risk reward on zero DT SPX straddles looks suspect. Risk reward on zero DT intraday straddles is always fucking suspect. I have a really bad headache. F1. So we tested 4135 on ES. Do we continue up or reject? We'll find out here in a second. Pretty close to my tolerance there. So VIX is almost back at 1750. I would have liked to have seen that happen first. I think ultimately this is going to lead to a rejection, but it's slow and the volume's not a lot of volumes coming in either way. Has Jimmy ever had this many green days in a row? Not without the price going up. Yeah, it has. May, June, July last year. I have $20 GME cover calls for June out. Do you think this price action leaves them at risk of being assigned? I mean, you have enough theta on them that you're unlikely to be assigned. But they are, I mean, you're in the money, so your chance of assignment is higher. You have to keep that in mind. I think I'd really like that gap, but can this go past 4130 with any momentum? Yeah. There's not a lot of call interest at 4130 right now. but there's a little bit. I don't think it's out of the question. Puts can get shaken out here now that we're above like the gamma flip point. Although I still think it pulls back. It's just very slow. Could this fraudulent market please spend 5 minutes below 4,100? My combined credit limit on all 4 cards I have has doubled in the last 30 days. Things are totally fine. Sounds like it. Are you going on a shopping spree, Wilkes? What are your thoughts on meta? I had in the money puts that exercised, and now I'm massively short. Let me see what meta's doing. How massively short are you? I mean, it could retest like 245. I don't think it will, but potentially. Quite a lot of downside gaps there. It's doing pretty good today. But the 1 hour still kind of looks like shit. I received an unsolicited credit limit bump as well. Interesting. Are they trying to like lower their utilization statistics or something? I'm gonna buy every ticket to the upcoming Jimmy Buffett concert in Charleston. It's just gonna be you and Jimmy. Does Jimmy have any FTD dates we need to be aware of? I'm looking to sell some covered calls. FTDs are a little higher tomorrow, although they may be covering some of them today. I should probably check and see if I've had any credit limit increases. Is this an inverse head and shoulders on the SPX? It was. ES testing 4140. Even less volume. I mean, I think this is it. We're moving towards wherever this is gonna break. I think it breaks down off the test, but the positioning is still really split. I wanna lean towards it's more bullish. But there's a lot of like 4120 put interest. Volume on like the 4125 puts is picking up too. Gamma flip's still in the same spot. I wonder if any like longer dated calls are coming in. They're definitely selling puts again. Don't like that. Fuck. Couple more candles. Oh, is that it? 4100P's dead? I mean, they're still there. There's still quite a lot of 4100 puts on the chain right now. Let's look at AK bump on the one card I have. What? I didn't ask for this. I don't know. See if you can call him and complain. What do you think Jimmy Chill was referring to in that headline over the weekend? Which one? I don't pay attention to the things Jim Cramer says. They're not relevant. Hey, Girk, what's the long-term play on SPY? Think a breakdown below 400 by August 1st. I think we could see a breakdown below 400 in like the next week, week and a half. I don't know if it'll take that long. What would you need to see today to make you think SPX will be bullish tomorrow? Calls come in? I mean, seriously, there's not a lot of calls right now. Let's say it could be a surprise 4165 gap fill before ending the week back at 4100. I'd say that if we were going to do that, it'd probably be tomorrow and not today. Although I suppose it's possible. Today seems pretty low volume and kind of weak. Like the climb up here isn't all that well supported, and it's not very well supported after 4125 at all. It could easily retest 395 and still be in the uptrend. Yeah, that's true. In reviewing the morning, I feel compelled to ask, is SLT over? Tick. Hey Greg, do you have Gex for TLT? Probably. Yeah, I do. Looks like skew adjusted is negative 777 million. Yeah, I'd want to see a lot more shorting on GME this week before OPEX. Or the borrow rate to go up. Which would, also just be shorting. Tesla looking super bearish. 250k volume in one candle on the 1 minute. I picked up some puts on it. Well, there's the rejection. I hate it when it like bleeds over my expectations like that. It's so fucking frustrating. Because it's like you get caught in that kind of limbo, like you don't know whether to cut or add more. Oil up 2%. Is that's what's pushing everything? It's helping, yeah. Also, T-bills are down today. Like Treasury futures are down. But like ES is still negative on the day now. Well, just barely. Russell's pushing up really hard too. Russell's up like almost 80 BPS. How dangerous are bear call spreads on Jimmy for 519? What strikes? I mean, not they're only as dangerous as the spread you leave, right? Sup, Kirk? Barry here. What's up, Barry? Just now getting to tune in. First, was your mother happy to see you? Moderately. And second, is the SPX about to break down with some momentum here? Back to 4100 fast. Maybe, yeah. I mean, I think it's gonna be a decent breakdown. May take a little time to play out though, to its full extent. I think we have pretty a pretty solid uh some pretty solid put interest to the downside here. Ooh, no, I don't need any more of those. Yeah, I'm okay. I don't need to buy more shit, right? Just relax. Oh, I wanted to buy more of these. 56. 2. 5. Oh, you bitch. Right. Upside's like a little more limited there. Alright, so I guess I want another one of these. 40, 30. Okay. Sorry, I'm just repositioning some shit. Ooh, Upstart is doing some crazy shit today. The volume's falling off on this, though. I mean, this looks like covering, but they're doing it into like a pretty choppy market, right? It does seem a little overly sensitive to market upside, which is probably a good sign. Let me see what the liquidity looks like. I fucking accidentally deleted a bunch of my charts last night, so give me a second. Uh, New York Fed Q1 mortgage originations dropped sharply to 324 billion, lowest since Q2 2014. Shit. That's a big deal. At what point is overnight SPX straddles the play with this price action? Oh, I mean, I'm gonna be playing overnight SPX straddles no matter what. Mid VWAP POC close together on ES. Could stay sideways for a bit if you're into VP. Yeah, I could see that. Spotting something odd on Netflix and Tesla. They're having days where the market runs and they don't follow, and run when the market isn't moving. Is that the same as beta? As it's not following both directions? What is it called? It's kind of feedback from ETFs, I think. They removed the volume from the VIX on every time scale. Did they on the VIX one day? There's no volume on VIX one day. What about VIX Faraday? Also, that 1 month, 20-year is starting to look spicy. Thanks for being the nucleus. I hope you feel better. Thanks, Eukaryote. Upstart had news purchase agreement for $4 billion in loans on the platform. That was a few days ago, though. Right? Oh shit, this is new? I know they announced something during earnings. Castle Lakes, please support with Upstart to experience business response to increasing demand for affordable credit in today's economic environment. Interesting. That is kind of bullish as fuck. Curious. We're getting some more. We're getting some more like expansion and liquidity today. Also, which indicates that there's some covering, but not in bots. Bots is being used to short. And like IWR is being covered, and there's covering on the underlying. Interesting. Wait on that, I guess. Fubo's making moves. What's Fubo doing? I think $2 calls are still like 5 cents. I can wait on this. I don't think I need to rush it, but up 9% today is kind of good. Is Fubo T plus 5ing it? A little bit. We about to have an OPEX? Maybe. I mean, that Upstart and Fubo both realize like a ton of liquidity so far. It seems highly unlikely that it would drag through and there would be more to realize next week. But Upstart implied volatility is picking up. Or well, Upstart and Fubo implied volatility is picking up. The problem is I still think they need ES to move favorably, and ES isn't looking so hot. I think this goes to 41.30 before heading back down. I don't think that's impossible. It's looking less likely as volume dwindles on the retest of 41.40 on ES, but it's not out of the question. I mean, I'd prefer to see interest a little higher at that level. $41.30 is still pretty put heavy. Hmm. Zero DTE interest is there, though. Hmm. I got priced down a bunch. Still fucking chopping at 41.40. That's a terrible fucking entry. Fubo's kind of pushing for 190. I mean, Jimmy's already broken through the $21 resistance, but there's still quite a lot at 22. But 22 is even bigger than 21. It's like negative 2.1 million versus 21 was negative 1.7. And then above that, 25. But 22, 22.50, 23 are all negative too. Still not a ton of call buying going on. Implied volatility is getting like a little bit better over time, but not much. It's like back to like 78. What did I miss on Upstart? They had some news partnering with someone. Castle Lake? They've agreed to purchase up to $4 billion of consumer installment loans. So that means probably I mean, over time, depending on how quickly they purchase those, that's gonna present like a fundamental shift in, you know, Upstart's valuation, right? As they start to offload those loans that they've been carrying on their books. That's very good. It's very bullish. 22 is greater than 21. No shit. No, I mean the amount of sold calls at 22 is greater than 21. Dumbass. You're still holding your in the money GME CCs for May 19th? No, no, no. I think I rolled the last of them out Friday to June. I only have like 120 calls left in the money. Hmm. What bullish news did I miss on the economy? Oh, there wasn't any. Time for Upstart weeklies. I grabbed a few. The problem with this is once we hit 4130, if it's still an if. I don't think the test of 4130 is guaranteed here. But if we hit 4130, yeah, we may see some more put capitulation. Although I would have expected to have seen more at the bounce off of gamma neutral. A lot of the puts are further dated right now, which is kind of harder to fight back against with zero DTE calls. You gotta buy a lot more zero DTE delta, right? For your nightly SPX trials, do you sell both legs the next day? Sometimes hold on to one side longer. As long as we stay in the same trading range, I'll hold on to the opposite side until it goes in the money. But today I sold both of them this morning. I got stopped out of the long side, like right after market open, and I got stopped out of the short side, like somewhere around here. NQ showing a lot of strength. It may help pull ES up. Possibly. Oil's starting to decline though. Yeah, NQ looks pretty good. Although it's also at resistance, right? Google's still flat on the day. Microsoft's only up 27.27%. Netflix is down. Apple's down. That's, I mean, Amazon's up a tiny bit. Meta's doing the best out of all of them right now. Nvidia's doing okay, but most of the like big Nasdaq components aren't doing super well. I don't think any of them look particularly strong into like the midday here. Do you see Jimmy breaking 22 with all of those sold calls? Only if they start to pull back. And then generally if that happens, like if the short calls capitulate on GME and we run up really fast, they just sell a ton more of them, right? As you predicted, Microsoft Activision merger approved by EU. It's amazing what you can do when you have shitloads of money. This GME movement is better than our last 5 OPEXs. No, it's not. Um, high FUBO price target before I get shorted back down. I may have already seen it. I don't know. We'll see what the market does. I'd like to see a higher high on FUBO. Uh, which would put us what? Just over like $2. $2 and like 20 cents or something like that. I mean, they didn't get FUBO back below $1.50, which is kind of a big deal. Um, so yeah, maybe we get a higher high. I will say it's probably reliant at least a little bit on the market, but the market's kind of grinding persistently up. At least for a little bit longer here. One second. A lot of sold calls at 41.40 right now. So the range on the upside still looks really limited, but 41.30 seems I think we're gonna test. I don't know how much we're gonna push above it, if at all. But there's still 0 DTE calls coming in at 41.30. Which will give some like tailwind to Upstart and Fubo. Although I'm about to get stopped out of the Fubo weeklies. Decent time for Nvidia spreads. I sold a few this morning. I would be careful over leveraging on them under like 290. At least if you're entering them before the midweek. I might I don't know. If we test 290, I'll sell more, but not until then. Loop Capital upgraded Meta. Hmm. Microsoft double top on the 5 minute, right? Yeah. Hmm. Caterpillar is holding up surprisingly well, despite Dow being down so hard. SPX just failing just short of 4130 here. I don't know if that's gonna mark a turnaround yet. I don't think the downside has any like momentum just yet. Probably more chop. Is the downside on Upstart dead with this news? Probably not. I don't know. It depends on how many shorts capitulate based on it. I wouldn't want to be short Upstart right now, but I wouldn't have wanted to be short Upstart this entire time. I would have tried to have gotten out like last year. Porsche chat going full bull on GME. Say something bearish before they DRS. I mean, it's up like for $3 in the last like couple weeks. Who cares? What was the Upstart news? How many times has Porsche chat gotten bullish on GME without anything happening? It's hard for me to disagree. I mean, GME's very illiquid, and we're moving into OPEX, so it's exciting. But I mean, I'm not bullish on it this week. The vibe of the ghost stream is nice. Thanks, Cinnamon Pumpkin. I've been hoodwinked. Where's the GME chart? I'm watching Upstart right now. Upstart actually has news here. This is MOASS? What is? GME going from 18 to $21? No. Maybe there's so much that they're tapering already for not having explosive OPEX. That's possible. I think GME's just really illiquid and the market went up. Any updated levels to watch for Lily after recent pumps? Back to 390 fast. I mean, I'd still be very careful of like the like 4140 level as like a risk off point, but yeah, it looks like it's starting to fail its upside test. It's generally really slow to like turn around. Obviously like the fucking pump after earnings on the news of their new drug was super shitty, but like I would have expected the turnaround to have come earlier. Like back here after earnings. Unfortunately, this happened, right? And that brought it up into this like higher price level and accumulated a bunch of call interest. So I'm kind of just waiting for that to bleed off, which it looks like it's starting to, right? The 4128 level, 4125 is really important to confirm like the breakdown. of the upside, but you know, we have a double top. Um, I think in the long term trend, it looks pretty good for its breakdown now. But slow, it's slow. I have to be patient with it. I might break down a little faster because so much of it was driven by like short-term bullishness on the back of that news. But we'll see. You say, and now we dump, but Upstart's still doing pretty good. Or GME might dump. Let me see what the liquidity is looking like. I'll check the tips for everybody if that makes everyone happy. Uh, is that backwards? Oh, I did it backwards. Yeah, I mean, it just looks like a little bit of covering, like netting. It doesn't look like any like significant amount of liquidity is being realized, right? Like a little bit of netting today, kind of similar to like the 5th and 8th, like that little bump we saw there. But no big moves in liquidity. It does look better for OPEX though. I still want to see the borrow rate go up. It means nothing to me without the borrow rate rising. More chop on SPX, I think. I think we're gonna stay. We're probably gonna stay in this range. Maybe we'll pick up volatility. But yeah, I think we're gonna stay like somewhere here for a little bit. Thanks for the update. I entered after the news pump and averaged out on Friday, so my whole position is now passing PE with main exposure for June 16 400 and some 380. Nice. Upstart more covering when compared to GME. Oh yeah, I mean Upstart has like a lot of liquidity realization, right? Like Upstart today is already starting like a second leg higher. And then with news to catalyze it, that's a big deal, right? Upstart still has some liquidity it can realize. Like we're about where we were in Jan. But Jan was like a really slow realization of liquidity over like several weeks, right? Um this is looking more like August 22. Like it's starting to like stair step up, or you know, maybe even like our runs prior to that, like um maybe something more like May back here. with like the double top. This is actually kind of exciting. And Upstart usually does, I mean, it usually does pretty well on the back of its like FTD runs, like we had here after Jan. All right, we have this like 5-day gap after this one kind of dies down, and then we get like another spike. So I think this looks good. And then, you know, obviously the news is super bullish. That was the Upstart tips that I just had up. This is Upstart. Max Payne's irrelevant. Downside done for today. No more sub 4120. Oh no, I think we can definitely fall back below 4120. The upside is breaking down right now. Is it a bad time to chase Upstart? It could be. I bought some out of the money 20s for this week just now, but I also put in a stop on my 1750s. Upstart's liquid, so it can be really sensitive to a dump in the market. It's a fine line to play either like any of these right now, GME, Fubo, Upstart, because like GME probably is the safest one because it's the most illiquid, but Fubo and Upstart have a lot of liquidity realization over the last few days. And if the market dumps hard, they're gonna get fucking wrecked. Sub 4120 SPX or sub 4120 ES. I don't, I don't think it's out of the question for us to see under 4120 ES. Probably unlikely. I don't know. Williams is speaking soon, right? We have Williams and Logan speaking today, so they could definitely kickstart some serious fucking volatility, depending on what they say. Any thoughts on BTU lows for this period? I'm selling CSPs at like 2250. I want to sell CSPs at 2250. Wait, first off, you want to wait till after SLD, but I think 2250 is open for the June strike. No, it's not. 2250 is only open for this week. So 20. I don't know. 22s, if they're in the money, will be probably pretty good. The put skew here is not amazing, right? But if SLD pushes it down below like below the $22 level, that might not be a bad opportunity. Or if you're looking for assignment, the 2250 into this Friday, maybe next. Although the spread on next Friday is kind of shit. That's even worse. That's fucking terrible. So, yeah, I mean, next Friday, 2250s might be worth it. If you can get a decent fill. But I would wait till after SLD because unless you want to be assigned. I think the June 30th. No, June 30th doesn't have any interest. Is there anything for July? July's got some decent interest. Pretty good spreads there. Although that might be too far out. That might be good for income though. The yields don't look terrible. I think if it falls under 22 though, like the yields will get a little bit better. I sold my upstart call for a profit. Can you believe it? Nice, man. Do you think we're past the point of the Fed pulling off a soft landing? No. But what do you define as a soft landing? I think people's definition of a soft landing is like we trade flat and then enter a bull market after a period of time. I mean, like I would consider SPX down to any price above like 3,200 a soft landing. I think a hard landing would be like SPX to like 28 or 28 to 2,300. 6% unemployment. SPX at 3K soft landing. I mean, 6% unemployment. SPX at like 3,200 soft landing. I don't think we'll see 6% unemployment anytime soon. Maybe 2024. I'd be surprised if we hit like 5% before the end of the year. I don't think there's any avoiding a recession. I think a recession's guaranteed. The length of the recession is still in question, but I don't see anything indicating that we're not going to see at least like 2 or 3 quarters of recession at a minimum. The girth. 2-year recession right now. I think we could still avoid a multi-year recession. Like if we hit a recession by July, right? Like full swing hit a recession in July. I think we could be nearing the end of it by like end of 2024. So like 5, 6 quarters. 3 to 4 if they start pushing the on RRP money back into the market, right? You mean hit a recession in June, confirm in July? Yeah. I mean, they're not going to declare it's a recession until after the fact, right? That's on Mara here. I prefer not to play it. I think MSTR is better if you're trying to like play BTC with equities. Is this a stop loss hunt? It might be. Yeah. Yeah. Hmm. I don't know. I guess it depends on how successful it is. There's still a lot of call interest at like 41.25 and 41.20 protecting the downside. It's gonna take more momentum, I think, to break that down. You think we're gonna upstart run to Gamma Max before OPEX? Also, any updated Greeks? Upstart Gamma Max is at 22.39. I don't think that's out of the question with the news that came in. Well, it's like the initial spike, like the initial volume spike's like a stop loss hunt, right? But then if it's successful and puts capitulate, then you can get more upside, right? I don't think that changes our upside range significantly, but probably retest. Yeah, retest our high. Or, well, our local one. Is there a Fed speech today? In like 25 minutes? 24 minutes? Do you think GME could hit 50 this year? It's not likely. If it did, it wouldn't last long. I made a quick 700% on my Upstart weeklies. Nice, dude. Just tuned in, been busy. Could you please tell me why everything is running today? GME, Upstart, Fubo. If Fubo has T plus 5, Upstart has news. GME's just still liquid and the market's pushing up. I think you said call profitability is down to 7%. It was earlier. It's probably a little higher now. It's 20% here at the peak. But that's falling. Hmm. 1850 is an important level here, or 19 rather. Looks like more 4130 calls sold off there. Yeah, futures too. Decent rejection. Let's see if it persists though. There's still a lot of fucking calls at 4125 that don't want to close. Hmm. So a company called Castle Lake reached a purchase agreement with Upstart for $4 billion of consumer installment loans originated on Upstart's platform. The agreement consists of acquisition of back book of loans and forward flow arrangement, which means Upstart's book value is going to go up, right? Because they're going to shed. We talked about this a bunch in the past, but they found a way to shed some of those loans that they've been carrying on their books for so long. Sitting on a lot more cash than we're only used to, waiting for good entries. Such a strange feeling, not FOMOing into everything left and right. I want to say thank you for the constant preaching of risk management. It feels good to break bad habits. Thanks, Howdy. Congrats, man. Yeah, I mean, you don't have to chase everything. There's always another opportunity. $5 SPX drop scared me. I mean, if it does, it's still a higher low. Like 48. Yeah, I'm not particularly worried about SPX moving much higher. But I don't know if it's gonna move lower today. Like 4120 is still pretty well defended. Maybe when we hit like mid launch and volume starts to dry up. Can we rewind 2 hours so I can full port upstart calls? I have Jimmy 19 CCs for 519. Would you roll now or wait until after SLD? Jimmy $19 covered calls for 519. I'd probably roll them. Well, you could wait for SLD, but you could get assigned. You could always roll them and then close them during SLD, right? Or roll them again during SLD. This is all. If you chase everything, you never miss out on anything either. Oh man, that's not great. Is this all T5 and other stuff dragging with it, or did I miss something? I mean, Fubo looks like it's largely T+5. There's no news there or anything. Upstart's definitely driven on the back of news, and T5's not till tomorrow. Do you think the Fed has decided they need to be more hawkish yet? Probably. I think the Fed's gonna still do more rate increases. Probably like one or two more at least. They'll probably be 0.25, but I think they need to get core inflation to start dropping, which currently they're not doing. Household debt just hit a new record, $17 trillion the last quarter. Fuck. I don't think Fidelity's down. I don't know. I'm not selling calls on GME right now, so I don't have Fidelity open. Are we looking like normal for SPX to drop 2 to 300 BPS for SLD? Yeah, I mean, I don't see any reason why not. I would be careful with it. It may be we may get a little shortchanged on SLD because of the haircut that happened around the middle of the period. That may have caused some rebalancing of margins. So SLD may not be as dramatic, but I still think it looks good, and the market's definitely, everything's trading at pretty high valuations, so there'll probably be a lot of incentive to sell. How much upside is there even left for Upstart? Can move up to like 22, maybe a little higher. I'd be surprised if it moved up that high, but it's possible. I think they're talking about the platform. 1 second, guy. I'm starting to feel like going short anything right now is a lot more risky than going long. I'm looking at the strength in the market this year compared to the previous. Really? I don't think the market looks very strong this year. I mean, there's a slight uptrend, but the macro situation has changed quite a lot since like January, right? We're not moving any higher. Like the market's stalled out for 2 months in a row, basically the same price point. 3 months? Actually, since Feb. Yeah. Feb was higher. So technically we're in a downtrend right now, or beginning a downtrend. I'm pretty sure our high during this period is lower than February. Right? Yeah. Like we actually tested like 41, like almost 4,200 in Feb. 4190 during this period, and we're pulling away from that very quickly, right? It's still localized, but I would say that the market looks much weaker now than it did then. Like the beginning of this year had like, inflation was cooling, things were looking better, the narrative was turning, right? And then banks started to fail, and we're just not in the same macroeconomic space we were during this period. This period was like actually bullish. Since then, we've made very, very little ground on the upside. We've stagnated a lot, but we haven't advanced much. I don't think that's bullish at all. What's not bullish about stagnation? Oh boy. Where could you see Fubo topping out at? It doesn't seem like it's got much more left. I don't know. I closed my calls. Maybe it crosses two, maybe it doesn't. It's kind of trying here, but I think if the market drops, which it very well may into the end of the day, Fubo's probably not going to see a lot more upside. Upstart broke 19. That's pretty bullish. Apple down, market up, weird times. Yeah, today's an interesting one. This like move up on indexes isn't really very well supported by like the big mega caps. I mean, Meta and Nvidia are moving pretty hard, but like Microsoft, Google's down, Amazon's barely up. It's definitely an interesting day. And Meta and Nvidia really aren't nearly as large a market cap. But you don't like trading flat at 41.25, Smooth Ape? Are we seeing some SPX calls capitulate on these violent downticks? A little bit. Market breadth usually isn't measured over the intraday. But S&P is not really advancing much. NASDAQ is. NASDAQ's up 31 BPS today. S&P is like barely positive. Probably because oil's still retreating a bit. Dow's starting to look a little bit better. Maybe not. NASDAQ up because of Upstart? I highly doubt it. Nope, lame. Well, I got stopped out of Upstart. That was fun, though. I might buy more if things start to turn around. S&P is starting to look a little more bearish. It's starting to look a little more bearish on longer time frames too. ES is slowly giving up this level, right? Very slowly, but it is losing ground. How's put accumulation looking? So I'd imagine that would start to pick up here. That's looking a little bit better as we fall off the 4130 level. 4110 still has a lot of interest. 4100 still decent. Put volume's picking up at 4125, 4120. So there's a chance that we can slip. Well, if it keeps picking up, there's a chance we can slip that like fast gamma, like the gamma flip point again. Actually, gamma flip is at 4127 now. Ooh. Moved up. Interesting. That makes a little more sense. Is that just today? Hold on. I think that might just be on the 0 DTEs. Let me double check. Yeah, that's just the 0 DTEs. So 4122.50 is still more important. I'm going for 20C on Upstart right now, chasing. Well, if the market pulls back, Upstart's pretty liquid, so it could get shorted pretty hard. What do you look for to confirm a level is broken? I mean, usually you want to move between the midpoint to the next strike, right? And ideally you see capitulation of the prior level. And you can figure that out usually with volume. What does GN moving up mean for SPX? Volatility increases under gamma neutral. Selling into selling. Yeah. You only need 10 shares of per K. Yeah, after Buffett dies, right? Thoughts on Upstart 1750p, GME 20p for SLD. I wouldn't buy puts on GME. It's always a fucking losing bet. Bear call spreads are probably better. Upstart 1750p might not be bad. Upstart's pretty liquid right now, and if SLD hits hard, it could get shorted down pretty fast. I don't know if I'd go 1750. I might target above that, since 1750 is kind of like a buy-in level, and there's some resistance there. I might target like 18. You want theta too, because IV will crush. You can't target 18 for that far out. I guess 1750 is the only option for June. Although you could target 18 for the spread here is like $5, but it's not terrible. Ooh. Put skew's increasing really quickly on Upstart after its run. It kind of looks like SPX is about to fall off a cliff. I hope so. When Warren Buffett dies, will Berkshire tank? Probably. What about in the money GME 22p for June SLD? Or for June 4 SLD? It's a little better because you're less exposed to volatility crush. Like, if Jimmy is going to get an OPEX, I'd still expect it to be shorted and to see volatility crush before next week. Even if that shorting comes in the form of borrowing shares. Ideally, that shorting comes in the form of borrowing shares, right? We want to see that uptick in the cost to borrow and the prime rate. Is ARK a good ETF for an IRA? I wouldn't buy it. I wouldn't buy any ETFs. Is this Jimmy move up making an OPEX less likely? No. There's no liquidity realization on it. Is NVIDIA MOASsing? No. It's moving back to 290. Slowly. $41.25 is a tough support to break below. $41.20 actually is tougher. But yeah. The gamma flip point's pretty well protected. Maybe another hour of this. Can they pull more bullshit out of the hat? I mean, I'm sure they can pull more bullshit out of their hat, but like for Nvidia, but they upgraded their guidance, and I don't see how they pull it off. So if they don't meet their like raised forward guidance from last quarter, that's gonna be super fucking bearish, regardless of what they pull out of their hat. All the other tech companies have a bit of advantage in that they didn't raise guidance until this quarter. So, at the earliest, they're safe until they report quarter two. But Nvidia raised guidance last quarter, so if they don't meet it, that's going to be really bad. I don't know if they could pull enough out of their hat to overcome that. You think they can float the market till post OPEX and dump it like Feb COVID? Maybe? I mean, that's kind of what happened last month, right? During SLD. Like, during the SLD period itself, we only slipped like 132 basis points from our high to low. And then the following week, we dumped another like 200 BPS, like during the OPEC settlement. So, yeah, I'd watch out for that, especially with the haircut so recently on the table. Were you able to enter your cap position? I didn't. I didn't enter it. I chose to stay away. I probably should have, but New York Like, the Empire State Manufacturing Index was fucking terrible. Was Fubo's liquidity chart look like there's more to be realized this week? Not really. Um, I would say after today, we'll probably start to see a collapse in Fubo's price. So it's whatever pushes through today, and we're not breaking $2 to the upside, so I don't think there's any carryover. Maybe if Fubo breaks like 250 today, but I don't think it's going to. I was in Cat on Friday. Exited open based on the data. Appreciate the DD and Pickles picks. Thanks, Steve. It's tricky to play Cat at this level. It can be really profitable if you hit, but you've got to keep risk really tight. It's not worth like taking on a bag. Because if Cat moves down, it's gonna move down to like 180, and it can do it really fucking fast. That index is crazy volatile lately. What's up, Dork? You think the upstart run is over? Not necessarily. But I think that the SPX is gonna come down into the end of the day. Um, and so I just took profits for now. I might re-enter some calls towards the end of day because tomorrow's T5 on Upstart. Although Upstart doesn't have a lot of Upstart's a bit different that way. It doesn't have a lot of ETF liquidity anyway, right? So the ETF carryover isn't always so important. Why can't I see you? I have my camera off because I don't want to turn all the lights on. I have a really bad headache. I didn't sleep very well last night. It's like I think it's just like all my allergies are hitting me after a weekend in, you know, a place where there's no pollen. The Empire State Manufacturing Index, it was dog shit. Know what helps headaches? Kissing the ham flower. Ooh. Maybe Fubo does break $2. Volume's picking up a little bit. Do I want to buy more calls on this? I'm such a greedy fuck. No. Why will the 4125 calls capitulate? It's the 4120 calls that aren't capitulating. I think I talked and wrote about this last night, but I think they're gonna try to hold the index up as best they can while the like sold puts reposition for the SLD period. And we've already started to see the 4100 puts, like the sold puts reposition. Um we haven't seen a lot of movement in the 4075s yet, but I think we will into the end of like today or tomorrow. Because right now they can close a lot of those profitably. Ham salad sandwiches are so bad. Aren't those the same thing, Dave, of the Pigeon Wheel Daves? Yeah, I've seen lots of allergists. I'm over in the port in Elizabeth, and my allergies are horrible today. It's really fucking bad. It's really bad, and I left my window cracked while I was gone, which I shouldn't have done, but I don't want my apartment getting musty. The 15th bounce off 41.25. Give it time. There's not a lot of volume right now, right? I mean I think futures are starting to capitulate. So yeah, I mean look at the volume trend for today. So we're definitely nearing like probably the breakdown, but it's probably gonna be a little while longer. Have you tried local honey? I rolled out my 15cc on Friday. It was looking good, and of course, good news. What happened to your name, Cobra? I was here for the stream before October 2021. Did the Dans and the Daves ever go to war? No. I have an air purifier right next to me. It's not helping. Did your neighbor look after JPA in your absence? I mean, he didn't need a lot of looking after, but I'm not sure. I was only gone for like 24 hours. I hope not. I mean, this is a woman who yells at her cats in the middle of the night. I'm not gonna have her watch my cat. Get a HEPA vacuum and leave it turned on 24/7. Have you considered wearing the Dyson air purifying headphones? Yes. Your system has a breach. I'm a poor in YouTube chat and a pigeon whale in Discord. You're only going to be a pigeon whale for the 3-day grace period. Are you holding your Upstart weeklies overnight? No, I already stopped out of them. I made like 50% on them. Why the fuck? I'm not going to hold them. I've seen you yell at your cat midstream. Okay, yeah, but I was just telling him to get out of the room. I wasn't like telling him he was responsible for my significant other leaving. Have you arranged a play date yet for the cats? No. Tea tree essential oils and yellow quartz on your throat chakra to ward off allergies for good. Can I drink the quartz? Or do I just place it on my throat? Welcome back to Pigeon Well, Cobra. Because you yell at your cat, get the fuck out of here. I don't want him in my office. How else am I supposed to teach him not to come in here? Pigeon whales are the highest class of society. She's just using the cat to tell you she's single. I knew she was single when her boyfriend packed up all of his shit and left in the middle of the night. You have to place a jade egg in your ham flour. Well, sometimes news happens, Andre. You can't always predict that kind of shit. I wouldn't blame yourself for missing out on, you know, a completely unexpected acquisition of their loan debt. Would you cut losses on 4115 puts or give it more time? I'm gonna give it more time. I probably shouldn't, but I am. I'm reaching the point where I don't want to average them down anymore. Actually, I may buy one here, but that's it. Positive reinforcement outside of the room with treats and whatnot. I don't know. He's kind of an asshole. Like, I've only had him like a week, but he's a spoiled little dickhead. His previous owners, I don't think, ever trained him at all. Which means he's going to be the perfect cat, given enough time. Soft gel airsoft guns work well for cat training? That's fucked up. I'm not shooting the cat. Sounds like they dumped him for a reason. Maybe. Kind of like Jay Fresh. He does use the litter box. I'll give him that. I'm glad I don't have to fucking deal with him shitting all over the house. Putty. When will it end, Basil? Are you concerned at all about the fact that he looks just like the talking Rick and Morty cat? Has he asked you to go to Florida at all? No? I saw a mouse in my kitchen last night. At least you won't have a mouse problem. Yeah, I don't know. I don't know if he knows how to, like, hunt. Further cat questions? Hmm. Ooh, bullish. Oh, no. Just ES retesting 4140. Fuck, this is boring as hell. Mix treats with petting the kitty. Keep the treats in the part of your home where you want the cat to hang out. Hide treats in spots you'd like your cat to roam about. Takes a while, but it works. Interesting. So just conditioning? I didn't say I was considering getting rid of him. What's up, ending? Waiting until tomorrow for a possible bounce to enter some longer dated puts. Am I? I mean, I already have longer dated puts. Professional air quality technician here. What you need to do is create negative pressure in your apartment by using a window. Do this for a few hours while cleaning. A difference in minutes? Interesting. Okay. Cat tier subscription, $200. Call it Kitty's Picks Weeklies. Maxed out my last credit card with Pigeonwheel memberships. Starting a new one. What's wrong with the economy? Thank you, Cobra. I appreciate you helping me raise inflation. If you were able to rig up a green screen cone and attach a camera so that your stream is your cat's face while you talk, I'm pretty confident your stream would experience exponential growth. I don't think that's the kind of growth I'd want. I mean, if the Fed like speeches don't cover anything directly impacting markets, then yeah, they'll just be ignored, right? What do you think of this theory? Big participants pump BTC to generate liquidity to pump QQQ SPX. No. You do realize, like, how little BTC is worth, right? If SPX falls below 41.25, where do you see it falling to? Is it wrong to think 41.13, 41.15? No, I don't think so. 41.10 still has a lot of put interest. 4100 after that. Yeah, Pavlov wasn't wrong. Although Pavlovian training's super boring. From 1 to 10, what are the chances we see 410p? If this fails to break up, like 5 or 6. 6? There's definitely a strong expectation that we just do nothing today. I don't think doing nothing is out of the question. But yeah, if we start to see a breakdown of this, that's a lot more bearish. The failure to break out here on the volume spike is a good sign. But it's gonna still take more time. We need more volume to come in. Maybe after 1 o'clock, 1 or 2. SLD 450 supported by positioning now? Yeah. Yeah, it's supported by the pullback in the 4100 short puts and the increase in put buying between like 4075 and 4050. So long puts coming in. The 4000 one still looks a little out of reach, but SLD surprised us before. What are you thinking here, Dork? It's starting to look kind of bearish. I don't know if we have enough time today to realize any more downside though. Or like any significant downside. Ugh. Walken's never gonna live his dream of seeing 4130. I'm pretty sure what you need for your allergies is an electrostatic sprayer. I just need to live in the back of a concrete mixer. We could, but it would probably trigger quite the sell-off. I DM'd you a chart. Which means downside will be protected. I agree. I don't think those 4120s are going to move till the midweek. That doesn't mean we can't drop below them, but I think they're going to hold on through the midweek. Interesting. Is that a stop loss hunt? Or actual momentum? It's not actual momentum. Is it the 1 minute or the 1 hour? DM'd you a chart too. Nice. Oh, goodness. Well, that's not going to last. So, retested this morning's high. You think that maybe they push for the gap? Where the fuck is that gap? 4138 to 39? I think this is just gonna fail. Hmm. Any gaps on ES? None that I see, or at least none that are close to us. I knew last Friday was gonna dump, but I was so sick I had to sell my positions early. My anxiety was already going crazy enough. LOL, lost out on a few thousand. I'm sorry to hear that, man. IWM looking pretty lean and green today, comparatively. Yeah, IWM, fucking Russell's kicking ass today. It's up 124 BPS. 26. Hmm. Is today's upside just shorts deleveraging? No. I mean, there's some calls up here. Not as many as there are at 41.25 and 41.20, but there's some. There's zero DTE calls at 41.30. Are there more of them? A bit. There's a lot of 41.40 call buying coming in. It's kind of interesting. Oh, you bitch. NVIDIA earnings predictions? I think they'll miss. At least on revenues. I don't know if they'll miss on EPS, but I think they'll miss on revenues. Probably EPS. I think their forward guidance was a bit too bullish. They projected 8% quarter-over-quarter revenue growth. They'll miss but trade flat. That's possible. Nah, futures volume's picking up to the upside. Hmm. 41.35 doesn't have a lot of interest right now, though. 41.40 is like half sold, half bought. Well, I get to my target of SPX 41.17 today. The 0 DTE calls are to blame, right? I mean, no, the 41.20s are to blame, right? We have a very hard time breaking down below 41.20, and those aren't 0 DTEs. Those are for this Friday. And we'll probably stay there through Wednesday. Like, unless we get a big breakdown in call side, then yeah, it's pretty hard. A break up out of that wedge is not good for 0 DTE puts. I think this can still fail before the end of the day, but I don't know if it'll fail enough before the end of the day to bring us back below the gamma flip point, right? Like there's a time constraint there that's kind of rough. It'll have to fail quickly. And yeah, it'll have to fail quickly. Later, Lawrence. I'll see you towards close. ES 4147 ask went from 400 to 600. 4147.25 from 100 to 3. Hmm. Is it just gonna lose 41.45 even with all that buying? Is Barkin saying dovish things? I have no idea what he's saying. Look at my target of SPX 4117. Do you believe there's a good chance retail sales and other industrial data coming out tomorrow morning being bearish? Sure, yeah. I mean, consumer sentiment's way down last week, so I'd imagine retail sales have suffered. None of the manufacturing shit's looking particularly bullish right now, and it should be looking a little better, which is odd. I would have actually expected the New York State Manufacturing Index to have improved this month a little. Apple, Microsoft, Google, Amazon not following these pumps on SPX or QQQ. I know. S&P is being helped out a lot by oil rising. Oil's up, 200 basis points today. I mean, a good entry could still be below. Ooh, oil's dumping. A good entry could still be below 13. Just because they like formed this deal doesn't mean that it's gonna stay higher forever. It should improve their valuation over time. But I would say with this information that yeah, my baseline entry is raised. I would probably be more willing to buy Upstart like sub 15. I mean the macro headwinds that affect them are still there though. Any good scalps left for the day? Maybe. Although it kind of looks like shit. Or we're gonna test 4140 and then just keep pushing. Why is rising oil bullish? It increases the price of energy stocks. Well, some energy stocks. S&P has a pretty decent amount of like oil and energy exposure, like 10%. So I'm sure it's a deal under 15. Yeah, it looks better under 15 now. It's gonna reject or what? I thought there would have it I thought would have been 4135, but it doesn't seem so. It could still reject at 4135. I bought like a little bit of a call hedge, but there's a lot of 4140 calls coming in. So I'd be careful still. There's still like upside momentum on this. We haven't quite tested 4150 yet. Yeah, 41, 4140, 4145, call, like 0 DT, call interest is climbing. There's still a lot of sold puts at like 40 50 40 40 50 through 40 65. So that range seems still like capped, but we could test 40 41 45. So if oil price keeps dropping down, that encourages SPX put buying. It can, yeah. If we get rejected here, is that bearish or more consolidation? I mean, it can be bearish if we get like a solid rejection. Like we need capitulation at like the 41, probably the 4140 and 4130 levels. Been taking take of my sick kid, taking care of my sick kid all day. Quick thoughts on today. Thank you, G. Hope you feel better. I mean, we're trading into the upper range. It's kind of expected before SLD. I wish we'd seen downside one more time today, but I wasn't like particularly bearish on today overall. I would have preferred that we stayed around the 41.25 range. I don't like pressuring the upside. But yeah, we're not outside of like any expected ranges right now. It depends on what I'm doing TA on, Dwayne. Some stocks have a lot more after hours price action than others, so and also like the time frame. Like on the daily, you don't look at overnight. With last week's CPI PPI, why haven't swaps futures priced in no rate cuts? That's a very good question. I think like interest rate swaps have priced in slightly higher inflation into June, but I don't think enough. They probably won't price in more until like the June CPI print. Does ups pre SLD suggest the haircut may not have hampered SLD downs that much? It could, yeah. I mean, generally, like the pre SLD period has upside, but it's not very. It doesn't last very long. Like usually, the peaks of it are pretty short, like an hour or two at most. Once again, economy broken for 1.5 hours, magically fixed by the afternoon. Yeah. We still have 3 hours left in the day. I don't know. Right now, call interest seems like we're targeting 41.40. So we got like another $4 upside here, I think. Which would put us just above 41.50. Unless 41.50 on futures rejects really hard. Which I suppose it could. Yeah, 41.40, 41.55 still increasing in call volume. 41.50 up a little bit too. Mm. Hmm. SPX rejected off the, or ES rejected off the 1.25 standard deviation here. Should probably give this a little breathing room. What's your longest dated SPY put? June 16th. SPX put. June 16th. 1 minute RSI on SPX is at 85? I don't think I've ever seen it that high. Upstart won't stop going up. Jesus Christ. It had good news, and the market's ripping. So that helps. The sold puts didn't reposition, but they mostly closed. The 4100 sold puts mostly closed last Friday and this morning. The reposition there was like a shitload of 4120 calls coming in for this Friday. Is there any situation you can think of where you'd enter a CSP and buy a put with the credit? I mean, yeah, I guess. If you're trying to like hedge, you're trying to hedge the downside. That's a debit spread. So except you don't need to use a CSP, but retesting VWAP. Hmm. With all these 4145 calls coming in, they've got to be aiming to push higher, right? It's definitely getting near a top here, but it might have like another $5. Hmm. Oh shit. Well, there's in the money call capitulation here. And a rejection on futures. My futures rejected on the second test. So yeah, this could pick up some momentum. Especially if in the money positions continue to sell off. A breakdown below 41.50 is pretty bearish, which we just did. Fuck. I hate it when that's right. Not a lot of call side support under 41, like 41.30. So we'd still need to break down below 41.30. And then 41.20 is also another level of support. In honor of me taking profits on Upstart today and Fubo last week, please accept this token of my gratitude for your caustic words of wisdom. I also need neep, nap, nippity, bippity, boppity, boppity boo. I like talking to you. Thanks, man. Why are you invisible? I have a headache and I don't want to turn my lights on. I'm not asking for much, just the SPX to move back to a reasonable PE rather quickly. That's kind of a lot. Oh, interesting. That went up. Futures finding a little bit of support on 4150. Looks weak though. Puts aren't pricing down much. Momentum's getting more bearish. I'm watching, yeah, I'm watching. You watch ES1 for futures. I guess let's see what happens here. All right, we're starting to lose 4135. Taking a lot to scare the bulls today. We'll see. I think the big like capitulation points here are sub 4127. Oh shit. Did futures just fucking gap down? That was a big big stack of futures that sold off there. Is that gonna persist? That doesn't seem. That's not necessarily super bearish. That was interesting. Yeah, it was just like one block of like 4,000 futures contracts. You mentioned before that you don't think large institutions are actually bullish. Perhaps it's time for another School of Stack video, how to bear. Where's JC? What's VIX 1 day looking like? What in the QQQ is going on? VIX 1 day is climbing pretty fast. It's almost at intraday highs. What the fuck dumped there? That was nuts, right? Yeah, I mean, there's some calls selling off. Oh, are you telling me there's calls selling off, or are you asking me if there's calls selling off? There's zero GT calls are like stopped hard on that. 4150 dropped really hard. Some of the 4120s and 4125s too. 4125s puts picking up. 4120 puts, 4115 puts. Oh yeah, volume's picking up here. So or put the fucking intraday, like the zero DTE flip point too, because that might be important now. This got really fucking bearish really fast. I didn't expect it to give up ground that quickly. It's a 30 BPS drop. So this is going to lead to more call buying. If we want 10 interest is still light. Momentum still favors the downside. Yes, left a gap 41.53.50, 41.53.75. What time frame? I don't see it. Oh, okay, I see it. All the way there at the top. Oh, it's super fucking bearish if it doesn't fill. I think it's super bearish that didn't fill like 2 candles out, right? Now we're pushing down into like the 4140 level again. I don't give a fuck about Jamie right now. I want SPX to drop. Jamie's just gonna pull down with SPX dropping. Why the fuck do we need to watch it? I don't think WeBull or Schwab has VIX one day. What, we can watch GME's like liquidity realization days in advance of any like actual strong upside moves. This like slow grind up in an illiquid environment's generally like not very bullish, and it's hard to profit off of besides covered calls. We've seen it, I don't know, 50 times before. Aware of American charged in espionage in China? Wait, China detained an American citizen on espionage charges? You cut your 4090s? Yeah. '40s, '45s, and '50s are disappearing. I'm watching it. Yeah, this is... Was he carrying a flag and climbing some unnamed chip company building? Alright, which one of you is it? I'm slightly over leveraged on 4115 puts. Although after this drop, it's not so bad. Trailing stops tighten smooth. So like if you hit a low, then your trailing stop will tighten up, and then like they don't stay at a like the same distance from spot. So like if the contract dips to like $8, right? Or goes up to $8, whatever. You know, and you have a 10% trailing stop, that's gonna move to like 780, or I'm sorry, 720, right? And then if it bounces back and then dips again a little lower, it'll move down again, right? Like 750, and then bounces back and you get stopped out. It doesn't ever, like, it doesn't loosen. It just gets tighter and tighter. Trailing stops are generally really bad if you're watching something and trying to follow price action. And then remember, it's on the option premium, not on the index itself. So you have volatility in the spread. You got any more of them Polish projectiles? Best I can do is American national arrested in China for espionage. Maybe. Sup, Gorg, just got out of the meeting. So that was a bull trap, huh? Apparently, some news broke that an American was arrested in China for espionage. Although someone also sold a fat stack of futures, so I don't know which one happened first. Chicken and the egg, right? I didn't charter a plane. I just took a flight into LAX. That news broke 6 hours ago. Oh, okay, that's irrelevant. Just got home. What's your opinion on that Upstart news, and how do you think it changes the play going forward? I mean, it definitely improves like the long-term valuation of Upstart. It's gonna help improve their book value significantly. Bullish, super bullish. I need to dig more into the deal. It's obviously it's fresh. I don't know a lot about it yet, but uh, at least based on the initial presentation laid out, it looks very, very good for Upstart. Like some serious financial backing to help them offload those loans that they've been carrying on their books, which is gonna massively improve their balance sheet, right? I went out there for Mother's Day. I mean, Upstart's pretty liquid. If we get a good drop, like a good drop in the market, I think yeah, it's absolutely possible. Like you can see that Upstart's still like really, you know, super reactive to drops in the index, right? Like it still has really high beta. So I mean, yeah, like a strong SLD, I think it absolutely pushes lower. I think if we do see lower prices, I might be buying a little more than I had planned. I was gonna buy back the half of my position that I sold after earnings. But I may buy a little more with this news. It's a pretty good sign for the future of the company. So SCX to 4100 end of day, or my name is Joe Rowe. Joe Rowe isn't Joe Rowe. Han doesn't live in California. It wasn't really a surprise. I usually do it every year. I mean, zero DTE calls bought over the last hour, like fucking destroyed on this drop, right? But we still have that long-term call resistance at 4120. So this level still needs to break down for us to get like super fucking bearish. We lost about $8 million in gamma. Positive gamma there, though. So that's cool. Yeah, put interest is picking up a lot. Especially 4110, 4115. 4100's pretty high, but those may still be kind of sold. Further dated put interest is kind of picking up a little bit here too. Like 4105 and 4100 for 519 are picking up quite a bit. $41.20 wall canceling SLD. I think it was put there. I think it was put there to help them close out their short puts that were expiring this week before SLD. This isn't the first time we've seen them erect like a big call wall at the beginning of the week during SLD. Remember if you guys remember back in like Feb, remember the 4100 call wall? There's just like they just put in like a massive pile of 4100 calls and we kept pulling back up to it before we finally dumped. If I get this job, I'll let you be my secretary. You're welcome. I mean, I might need the extra money if I keep shorting everything and nothing dies. This call wall wasn't there this past Friday. It started to build on Friday as they pulled back the 4100 puts. It built more today. Stop saying bearish things. You'll make the market bounce. All you just buy a call, Continental. That's how you fix it, right? You're the worst at Diablo. Okay. Hmm. Well, we're back to Friday's close now. Empty space is making me uneasy. I sold a lot of bear spreads for Friday at 41.40-ish. Nice. Future's kind of struggling with the bounce back above 41.40 here. We might get rejected again. Tested 41.41, but it keeps failing to push up. Volume's not really coming in a meaningful way yet. Hopefully continuation. Might be a minute though. Retest 41.45. That wouldn't be ideal, but it's possible. Let's put interest looking. We here at Piggly Union are sorry for your headache. However, we have the perfect solution to remove headaches. Employing Stefan, he has to sell 3 kids to satiate his pit obsessions. So he needs to feed the 39 that are left. Praise be to you and Lady View Up. Riku. I haven't drawn him in so long. We've never tried deploying him for bearish things. This could work terribly. Good watch today. Same as usual. Pick up puts, pick up calls, trade flat. It's starting to look like it, yeah. Fubo's just kind of hanging around 193. Oh no. Hmm. You're selling the fuck out of puts right now. Hmm. Sectors in sync? How much longer do you personally think SPX will be a piece of shit? A week? A month? More? I mean, SLD should help drive us into a hopefully will finally drive us into a lower price range. I don't know if we're just gonna bounce right back out of that though. But I just need the opportunity to reposition, and then I can reassess from there, right? Hmm. Yes, tested 41.45. Oil's starting to fall off again. Leaving behind a lot of gaps on this push up. Uh, hmm. I think it's gonna reverse again. I'm losing confidence in it. Pushing to close the gap on ES. That's way the fuck above us. I don't think so. I don't think they're targeting that right now. I think this either breaks down here or it doesn't. But this breakdown's really important. If we break to the upside here, I think that's it for any more downside today. So a failure of the 41.45 level seems pretty important right now. It's only 10 points. It can be done one candle with 5k volume. But we haven't really seen futures buying like that out of the long side for a little while. One three six, 5+% 1 year getting close. Thanks, Bob. Pretty bearish if we don't close this gap on SPX though, right? Yeah. I think we're way too close to it to say that we're not going to close it though. Oh. Penis, thanks, Carl. Bostic speaking now. McCarthy also. I don't know if you saw my question. Does SLD extend to Monday morning? Yes. And it's not for SPY or SPX. It has nothing to do with SPY or SPX. Does Fubo look like today will be the end of its upward cycle? I mean, it's T5 from its run, so it should be. I mean, Fubo hasn't broken $2 yet, so it's unlikely to experience any kind of like T+2 price action in addition to this. Jimmy going up 3% is not MOASS. Oh. If SPX breaks up, is 4140 in the cards? Yeah, I could retest. I actually think if we fill this gap, it's probably going to retest. $41.40 interest is picking up. What a fucking tease. All right, let's see. Yes, double top 41.46, 75. But testing. Oh, no. Trying to test again. 41.47, I guess. Still a lower high on this. Oh, break up. If SPX breaks up, is 41.40 in the cards, or is that too far out? It's targeting 18 for GME CCs, expiring June 16th, unwise. Yeah, GME's super illiquid and going into an OPEX. If it gets shorted and the bar rate goes up, it could very well run after May 19th, right? It's a dangerous game trying to sell CCs on GME going into OPEX. I have 519, 21.25 out, and I need to roll them, but I'm unsure of what to target. I mean, you could just move them slightly out of the money for the same expiration. Do you think you're gonna get assigned at 21, like 25 cents in the money? Early? I'd understand like a couple bucks in the money, but I think Upstart will have a lot of FTDs from today. It might. There was enough like real buying going on, and it wasn't just like pressure on the on the market maker, then it's, you know, it's possible that like we'll see Upstart. I'm surprised Upstart hasn't moved back onto Reg Show already, frankly. Also, tomorrow's Upstart's T+5. I shouldn't have June's CCs. I mean, it's up to you. You can have them. Oh, I have a really bad headache. I just don't want to turn all the fucking lights on. Ooh. Interesting. That was a pretty hard rejection. Oh, fuck yeah. What the actual fuck? I hate this market. Fully bear trap? I mean, not yet. I think that was a bull trap, actually. All the bulls were buying like shitloads of 4140s here. They're the ones that got fucked. Not the bears that bought a put here. Seems like whoever's holding sold 4120s is buying every single futures dip. Those are bot calls. Those are long. The 4120s are long calls. They're not. I don't think they're sold puts. Tesla looked bearish. I bought 165. Bought 165 puts expiring Friday. I mean, I probably wouldn't have bought weeklies on it, but yeah, Tesla's rejection earlier today is pretty bearish. I had a straddle on it, which is the call side is closed. We're coming for your 4115s. I hope so. That'd be super awesome. It seems like a lot of these drops on SPX are being driven by oil. Oil's pretty erratic right now. Can it impact you think the market can have on the debt ceiling issues? I know it's a nothing burger, but could they spin it bullish? I mean, yes. Although there's currently no resolution in sight, and the longer that goes on, the more measures that like market participants are going to take to prevent potential risk, right? Like an actual default of US debt puts SPX down at like 2800, right? People are going to hedge that outcome, especially the longer it drags on, as the like probability of that outcome increases. CL1's a good contract to watch for oil, yeah. You can watch WTI too. This is good. That's two upside gaps that failed to fill right now. I think one more like volumetric push to the downside and we could really see a move here. Hold on. Will that make the dollar worthless if we default on our debt? No, but it'll hurt its value a lot. Any expectations for meta price action over the next week? It looks like it's slowly failing its upside. Hazy's entered the perfect strangle. None of his options will ever go in the money. And they're $1 apart. How do the Bears lose? The Bears lose because the dollar drops? I'd rather have more of a less valuable currency than less of it, continental. Yep, that's just walking. What about bulls that invested dollars that were worth more that are now worth less? Whereas bears get to buy the dip. I think you don't understand math. Yeah. What would the video look like without lighting? I'm curious. It would just be like my head and a bunch of green blur all around it. Ooh, nice. Bearish butthole. Oil and VIX being spicy? A little bit. I want oil to plunge $1 a barrel. Just right now. That'd be fantastic. Oh, fuck. Ah, you bitch. If oil drops, so will SPX. I know. No, you should see a psychologist, Tim. Fubo $2 weekly call is not pricing down with the Fubo price, even though they have been all day. Okay. U.S. Permian oil output due to rise in June to the highest on record. That sounds bearish. Well, for the price of oil. China's giving more liquidity to their regional banks and a $3 trillion swap to HK to calm investors. So more Evergrande on the menu. Cool. More quantitative easing by China. Bullish. Yeah. I was gonna say. It seems there's a battle going on over the current SPX level. Yeah, people who bought calls would prefer not to sell them for less money than they were worth a couple hours ago. How many regional banks does China have? I'm 8-1 puts to calls right now. Let's fucking go. Man, oil doesn't want to give up that $71 a barrel. Yeah, I didn't realize they actually had like regional banks in China. I thought they were all just owned by the CCP. Sold a handful of Fubo shares I picked up for $1.22 and bought a weekly $2 call to hedge. Is that what it feels like to make sound financial decisions? It sounds like a sound financial decision. This banana's brought nothing but pain. With the tiny screens I get to watch your stream on during work, it's always difficult to see what ticker each chart represents. There's a setting in TradingView that shows the ticker in the background of the chart, but if it makes it too busy looking, I get it. Oh, I don't know where the fuck that is. I've seen it before, but I'm not watching TradingView. Does WeBull have one like that? Thank you so much, Funkle Bruce. Gherk QQQ is not below 325. I thought you bought puts for June. Settings, appearance, watermark. Thanks, Dork. But July is tomorrow. No. No, it's not. How spicy is SLD looking now? The same? Like SLD doesn't look more or less spicy over a period of time, unless it's already in the middle of selling off. There's no like gauge of how spicy SLD will be. Well, even that's kind of loose. I was AFK most of today. Do you think Fubo can continue this run tomorrow? And what made Upstart run? Was it the news? Yeah, I think it was largely the news and the market pushing up. The combination of the two things helped a bunch. Fubo, I don't know if it'll continue it. I think Fubo's probably, if Fubo stays under $2 today, it's probably about spent. Have you been to Taki Sushi on Nevins? Maybe like a year ago. It looks really familiar. I think I might have gone there for like someone's birthday party or something. It would be like a year and a half ago. It's been a while. No, not Chuck E. Cheese. Not a ton of change in options positioning over the last hour. We dead into close? Possibly. Or just rip into close. I guess we'll see who gives up. Oil failed its upside breakout there. ES getting maybe rejected at 41.45 for like the 95th time today. Yeah, I will say that like on longer time frames it's looking very bearish. And technically with the consistently lower highs, right? But yeah, I don't think my projections for the short like today and tomorrow are going to change dramatically. I think we'll still stay like locked up in that mid range. I guess I'd like to see gamma neutral come down a little more. There's a chance that 4120s take profit here. Gork after dark was weird. I'll never do that to you again. Don't worry. Like I might do it again, but you just won't be invited. Fuck, my head hurts. All right. Why would 4120 take profit when they're cash settled? Because if we get like an end of day sell off, they can move out of the money. Fucking walking. Bostic said no rate cuts until well into 2024. I guess that's time to price in more rate cuts. Yeah, super bullish. No, I'm not taking Ambien and seeing how long I can stay awake. Okay, gaps filled, finally. VIX higher than the previous test, though. That could be a good sign. NVIDIA unstoppable? I'm pretty sure it's at a lower high for the day, right? I don't know, slightly higher. Ooh, I'm gonna sell bear spreads again. Yeah. Good down, marked down market. Still got those Tesla puts 140s. No, I have some 160s. My Tesla puts from a few weeks ago, I closed out around like 155. I have June 165 and 160 puts. Um that were part of like a straddle and a strangle that I opened. June 16th. Ooh, actually, how much are those? $475. That feels kind of dangerous. Tesla's a bit over. It's getting a bit oversold again. Uh, For my run today, you gotta pick up the pace and actually wear my Apple Watch. I don't want to do that. What did we do to earn Rick of Spades friends there for the day? Um, SPX is being irrational. It's confused by the bullish news, but it's not hurting itself in its confusion. How do you determine if a stock like Tesla is oversold? Thank you. Well, you can look at the amount of downside that it's experienced over the last, like 3 weeks. It had a small bounce, but most of the put positioning has pulled back, and is closer to the money right now. So a lot of profit taking on the put side is generally occurs at the point at which it's a bit oversold, right? I would argue that it was more oversold back when it, tested like the low 150s, but it still hasn't really recovered very much, and longer dated puts are still there. You can look at volume contraction. You can look at RSI. I don't love RSI, but on the daily, it's okay for determining that. It's better to look at options positioning. I did not name my cat Thackeray Banks, although I actually love that name. What bullish news? Exactly. Are you selling bear spreads on Nvidia now or waiting? I just sold a few more. 95 300. 295 300. Ugh. Do you expect Lily to be sub 400 by 616? Yes, ideally. I have some Google puts up 20% at the moment. Thinking of holding overnight is. Are they at the money or are you saying at the moment? At the money. Okay. So you have 116 puts? I mean, you're gonna get a little theta decay carrying them overnight, but I mean, it's early enough in the week that you'll probably be okay, provided they move into the money. You'll probably give back some of your profits though if you hold them overnight and it doesn't move down. At the money moment, U.S. Secret Service will hold a Reddit AMA on crypto later today. Everyone who will participate will get a surprise visit from the IRS. Nice. Safer to close and reposition tomorrow then? I mean, if you're confident it's going to drop. I mean, for all you know, by the end of the day, which is still an hour away, you could be in the money, right? Are calls selling off here? Futures are a little bit. We've made it all the way back to 41.45. I fucking hate this market so goddamn much. Thanks for sharing, El Duderino. I thought for sure we were kaput around 3,800. Boy, was I wrong. Damn, what was that GME sell off? RC mostly. RC's not selling his shares. Don't get me wrong, I'm still bullish on GME. I still own it, right? But it's like, it's so fucking boring compared to everything else that's happening during the day. Like, SPX is making $90 moves. I don't give a shit about GME going up $1 in a week. Yeah, I saw RC tweeting about GameStop gift cards for Mother's Day. If I bought my mom a GameStop gift card for Mother's Day, she would beat the living shit out of me. RC needs cash to buy Nordstrom. My mom would abort me 29 years late. Who the fuck's mom wants GameStop gift cards, though? Seriously. RC needs cash to fight the vaccines. Of course we're bouncing again. Thanks, Pilani. A mom to regift her illegitimate child? Ryan Cohen must be slamming MILFs every day, so he has the issues conflated. I see. What beans do you use in your espresso machine? Coffee? Coffee beans? You mean like what brand? Or like what roast? It's not power hour yet, NW. Calm down. My headache is still driving me fucking nuts. Roast and brand. What was the last one I bought? I think the roaster is called Penstock, and I got their Archimedes blend, like the owl in the Disney movie, or the Greek mythological figure. Maiden name of the roaster's mother. Beth. No, last name's Beth. Yeah. That's a good bean then. Are we gonna get into the delta between city and full city roasts and how they should be applied to different regional varietals? No. He did. Okay, Dunkin' Donuts has arguably the worst fucking coffee and worst donuts I've ever had in my entire life. I don't know why the fuck anybody ever goes there. They should be out of business. Yeah, yeah, I know, Ben. Firstly, how dare you? Were you from Massachusetts? Fuck you. No, Dunkin' Donuts coffee's dog shit too. Fucking massholes. Yeah, exactly. If your fiance bought instant coffee, would you end the relationship? Yeah. Or at least I would begin the process of ending it. How do you feel about Starbucks coffee? It's awful. The blonde roast espresso is almost tolerable, but purely based on the fact that it has so much fucking caffeine in it that it can give you like arrhythmia. So like just as a conduit for pure caffeine, sure. Flavor awful. And their regular roast espressos burnt and tastes like an ashtray. The frappuccino is nice, but it's also just a milkshake. It's not even really a milkshake, right? It's like a milk slushy. I live in Mass and haven't had Dunkin's in over a decade. Styrofoam cups, that's how cheap Dunkies is. It's so fucking terrible. I've been stuck in a Costa Rican blend. Second favorite Jamaican, both roasted locally. I think right now I have a like a medium roast Sumatra that is very smooth. I didn't name a band Milk Slushy Popcorn Trader. Also, that's a great band name. What if it was called Bull Milk Slushy? You'd be their number one fan. Thanks, Breton. Check out Sunburst Roasters from Costa Rica. Okay. Do they ship in 5-pound bags? I refuse to buy coffee that doesn't come in 5-pound bags. Greg, I'm gonna need you to sell 10 million barrels of oil every day for the next month. Thanks, bruh. Are you giving me the barrel? I mean, I'll sell them. I'm not gonna try to pronounce that. Fuck you. I thought you had 200 million barrels of oil laying around. No? Is this because you think I'm a Saudi prince? Did your expectations of an end of day sell off change? Yeah, I don't think it's happening. At least if it is, we're running out of time for it to happen. We have a lovely head and shoulders on the 5 minute on futures, but I don't think we have enough minutes left in the day to drop back to the low. Like, this looks great for downside, but we don't have enough time. The end of the day is nigh. The end of the day is right here. I'm going to draw a line. Maybe all the out of the money calls, of which there are a lot, will sell off, and that'll force the currently in the money calls to also sell off. And my 0 DTE 4115 puts will finally breathe rarefied air once again. Or we just trade at 4130 into close. Is Fubo gonna break $2 this week? Probably not. It seems to have failed to break $2 today. I don't see why it would have a chance later in the week. £5 of Tarazu, 59.50 on auto ship. And what were they called again? DM me the name of them again. You cutting Lily this week if it doesn't move? Probably. So 5 minutes head and shoulders negates with new day because of other market factors and overnight gaps? No, but there's just not enough time left in today's trading session, I think, for it to break down fully. Unless it breaks down very, very fast, which doesn't seem likely right now, given that we're just pushing up again. I have not played any successful bank failures. Where are all the insiders? Really, I feel like we called PAC-W and FRC pretty far in advance. You don't really need an insider. You can just look at their financial statements. Every time NVIDIA drops 2 days in a row, it gets bought up the next. The dream of chain selling pressuring ETFs to sell is so annoying. Yeah. Yeah, it's well, also when it drops, all the short calls close. And then when the short calls close, the price pumps back up, and then they all sell them again, and the price starts dropping again. It's really easy to make money off of. Unless you're greedy on NVIDIA bear call spreads like I was, you can roll them. I mean, if you get pressured, you can always roll the position. I mean, buying puts on failing banks is pretty risky. Whatever with all the FinTwit talking heads preaching don't fight the Fed, who knows? NVIDIA is a fortress that I won't touch anymore. You just have to plan your siege carefully, popcorn trader. When the defenses proved to be resilient the first time around, you need to pull back and re-strategize. I feel like I'm going crazy. With what? If we close around here, do you think tomorrow will be similar to today? Yeah. Maybe more bullish, unless we gap down overnight. As risky as buying calls on failing banks. I suppose, yeah. That's really all about when you buy the call on the failing bank, though. If you're gonna buy more Nvidia puts, did you wait until after earnings? Yeah. I'm also hedging earnings. But I'm not buying any more long-dated positions till after earnings. I say that, but then I averaged down a little bit on like some September puts last week. But for the I'm not gonna enter any large positions or anything like that. There was just a good opportunity last week to average some down. But I'm not adding substantially until after earnings. Would you short Nvidia above 290? Yep. When is the yield curve inversion going to matter again? It's pulling back. Which historically has predicated a move down, correct? It's a recession signal. It's 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 predicated a recession with a high degree of confidence. What's up, Rug Hippopotamus? Just stopping by to pre-congratulate you on your majestic SPX put profits tomorrow. I know Hippopotamus who knows Hippopotamus, and it's already confirmed. Congrats, you rug-humping bears. Thanks so much, Rug Hippopotamus. Always good to see you around. If you could start the party early, that'd be great. Like nowish? Yeah, like right nowish. Can you explain the difference between jams, jellies, preserves, and marmalades? Jam is chopped or pureed fruit with sugar. Jelly is fruit juice with sugar. Preserves are whole fruit or chunks of fruit with sugar. Chutneys are sugar, vinegar, and spices. Marmalades are citrus fruit. I don't know if the condition of the fruit matters, and sugar. And compotes are like whole fruit or chunks, but they're supposed to be eaten immediately. So they're not usually preserved. I looked this up last week. when I didn't know the difference. You're welcome. What did you learn about lactose intolerance? I was busy this weekend. I haven't gotten to dig into it yet. Compote, not compost. Do you think Jimmy will get shorted before OPEX? Sure. And hopefully, otherwise there won't be much of an OPEX. I have 38K in my port and I want to turn it into over 100K. Should I join Zillionaire to make that happen? I mean, joining Zillionaire is not going to turn your money or triple your money. Uh, you can use it to learn strategies to help you earn more money. You're more likely to lose your $38,000 joining Zillionaire than you are to make 100,000 with it. How's my risk of assignment on GME 519 18 CCs? I don't know. Decently high. You're $3.50 in the money with 4 days to expiration. And that's not really the right mindset. That's not true. Pickles picks aren't really that risky. Everyone just fucking ignores the safe ones. Everyone could be sitting on fat bags of Dole and BTU and Upstart and making shitloads of money on covered calls, but no. Everyone wants to weekly short Tesla. Did someone say Dole? Campbell's was pretty rad, though. Yeah, it was. That was an awesome one. Absolutely, Pterodactyl. Also, for the benefit of seeing my face every day. Pigeon whales keep this whole thing going. What's up, NW? This market's so flat. I've re-entered my same exact position for SLD this month that I did last month. You know, you know, you're not too far off there. Is there a reason not to sell some 4105p zero DTEs right now? I mean, we're not gonna drop that far. Free money? No. What if we did though? I mean, the risk reward is terrible. Sure. I mean, provided you can find someone to buy them off you. I can't even get stopped out on my 4115s. I don't think you're gonna find a buyer for 4105s. They only carry like $410,000 of risk, so I mean, yeah, this is like, well, it wasn't ascending head and shoulders. Now it's just upwards consolidation. I still don't think it's gonna break down today though. Too many calls, too far in the money to give up. And we're not quite at the point where like the 4135s and 4140s are gonna sell off yet. And even if they do though, that's probably not gonna bring us much below like 4130. Crick, I just rejoined the stream and also bought some 4105Ps. Are they gonna print? Probably not. I missed that $20 drop in the middle of the day. Did something happen? No. I mean, a lot of futures sold off. It was kind of cool when it happened. No, I mean, I'm just not getting stopped out of them. I don't really don't think the 4115s are going in the money. It's not impossible, but it's very unlikely. Something tells me GME is going to drop hard to $30 next week and then rip to $15 a few weeks after. Wait, what? You wrote that backwards. Are you high? If they expire in the money at all, they're going to be assigned. You have to assume that they will be assigned. Even if they're like a penny in the money. I think Hazy has covered calls. I don't think Hazy owns any GameStop. That's on Upstart breaking 20. They used to have a big put wall there. Still seems like there's some resistance. What the fuck? That was fun. That's just futures buying? Yep. Ugh. You gonna try to pump it into close, maybe? Sell off overnight. Interesting. Hmm. 41.19. Three to two calls at 30. 30 puts at 320. Thoughts? Doesn't seem bad. So your puts to calls, right? So three puts to two calls. I can't wait for Jimmy to hit $16 at the end of the week. I hope the borrow rate goes up. That'd be cool. It'd be nice to get a fucking implied volatility pump on GameStop for a change. Hmm. I've always seen a few SLDs where it trends up Monday, Tuesday, then comes back down during SLD. It usually trends up Monday or Tuesday. Sometimes it starts to break down earlier. Like sometimes it'll break down Tuesday. Sometimes it doesn't break down till Thursday. But generally during this period, the higher they push it, the more selling they're going to encourage. How risky are 20 CCs for this Friday on GME? I mean, moderately, just because it's so illiquid. I probably wouldn't sell a significant amount of Delta. I don't think a small amount of Delta is necessarily bad. And it also can always be bought back and you benefit from the theta decay. But selling too much delta gets tricky. When GME's really illiquid, it doesn't always drop with everything else. When do you plan on rolling your June puts? For what? For SPX? No time soon. Maybe, I mean, like, if they haven't printed by uh, maybe like OPEC settlement, then I'll consider rolling them. So like next Wednesday, maybe. I mean, most of like the out of the money June shit, I just need VIX to go up. If VIX goes up to like 20, they'll all be profitable. Nvidia's gamma neutral, I think it was like 276. Let me double check that though. 274, sorry. 274.34. You can always roll it out, LSD. Is SLD normally down, or is that only during an up market? It's normally down unless there's been like a lot of risk off prior to SLD. Dude, this is getting propped. No shit. Yeah, VIX is still up on the day. Only a little bit though. Are 4150 selling off here? The 4150 sold off on the drop earlier today. Those are really only 0 DTs. I mean, what there is right now still is a shitload of 4140s. And no, they're not really selling off significantly. And it looks like they're going to try to pump through the decay. I guess if they fail or start capitulating, then we could drop, but I don't see why they would. They've got plenty of calls on the money. Apple is now worth more than the entire Russell 2000. Did you see the DM I sent you, Ray? Recessions and index returns? No. Yeah, that sounds about right. We went over the like median estimates for an SPX drop in the member stream yesterday. Oop, it finally failed. Hmm. Oh, that's fun. We're gonna close it open. Probably. And all we've really done here is like break down to this channel. This still needs to break down though. Upstart calls before close. Yeah, I might grab some. Is there any relevant market data coming out this week that could impact SPX? You know, you can always look at an economic calendar, but there's like 11 more Fed speeches, like Fed president speeches. Bernanke and Powell are having like a big conference together on Friday. I think tomorrow we have retail sales, industrial production. Those will be moderately relevant. I think we have PMI. No, PMI is next week, right? I haven't been watching QQQ much today. The lower high here looks good. It generally pulls back on SLD. I don't think there's anything like special about it compared to the other indexes. Generally speaking, it overperforms to the downside compared to SPX because it's more tech exposed, but tech hasn't been selling off very hard on the last few drops, so there's some risk shorting it. But the returns could be better, potentially. Nobel Prize winner Ben Bernanke. Yeah. Yeah, no problem, Chad Andrew. Upstart calls for T+5 tomorrow. Yeah, I'm probably gonna grab some before I close. Has the market's ability to ignore news, data, and the Fed surpassed your expectations? No, not really. The market can be irrational for a very long period of time. Where did you get your straddle? I'm at 4130 right now. If we don't see the downside of that before the end of the day, then I'm buying the calls and the money. I guess I could buy 4135 and straddle, but we haven't spent enough time above 4135. It's kind of risky. I've not traded SPX through an event like this. Your insight is calming. I mean, it shouldn't be that calming. It's still a fucked situation. But I mean, you just have to try to manage it the best you can. Is 10TT SPX directional bet over 0.1 delta too risky? Or should it be made a strangle? I mean, it's extremely risky, right? You have like a 10% chance of going in the money. How come my socks are wet? Because you didn't dry them. You think Upstart T+2 would be negated by SLD? It's T+5. I mean, I don't know. Yeah, if there's a market, if the market starts selling off early tomorrow, then yeah, that could have an adverse effect on Upstart's price improvement, obviously. No problem, man. Might be a bit too heavy loaded to the downside for SLD. Who? You? They were dry this morning. Huh. It was alright. Yeah. I made a bunch of money on my straddle and then I lost it all. Yeah, that was pretty much the whole day. I guess I got some more like long short leverage, so I didn't really lose it all, but I lost some of it. No, I'm not wearing a hat right now. My head hurts. Why would I put a hat on? If JPEG could say 0.5 hike next meeting, that would be great for my socks. Would it dry them? Why do you expect the market to drop? I haven't been focusing on stocks for a month. Everything looks bullish to me. The macroeconomic situation is rapidly deteriorating. If you can give me something that's bullish, I'd love to hear it. If we're so bullish, why can't we cross like 4,200 and then 4,180 and then 4,150? Like why do our highs keep getting lower? Why is the market trending down if things look bullish? That's not true, Hazy. They usually only go up. Thoughts on FSLR acquiring Evolar? Seems purely for IP. It doesn't seem like it will affect their production capacity anyway in the near term. Thinking of getting back into my puts. I'm probably gonna buy puts on FSLR, but I do wanna dig more into the impact of their acquisition before I make that decision. I think I've got time. The Bulls aren't waiting. All their money's in on RRP. The only money that they pump into the market is like free money they get from the Fed. And then as soon as that dries up, the market falls again. When JPM's collar drops, maybe we see 4,200. Yeah, but that's just the bigger part of the collar is way above there, right? Like that's the equity fund 3 that's at 4,190. Why can't we break 4,100 to the downside? Oh, that's the bulls. I mean, all you can really draw, like the only real conclusion you can draw from like market participant positioning now is that people are wildly uncertain, right? That's why we've been trading at the same fucking price for the last 2 months. I'm not Wessels. I already put in the order. I just want to clarify, I am bearish. I want to see 4,200 so I can buy puts. 43 million volume on SPY so far today. Lol, peener. Yeah, it sucks. I think the reason that we only ever see the underside of 4,100 is during SLD is because the fucking bears don't have any margin power because they sold all their stock already. And the bulls don't have any margin power because they got fucking haircut and then all their money is in on RRP and in hold to maturity securities they can't sell. Because if they mark them to market, they'll sustain massive losses. So no one's got any fucking money to move the market. Shouldn't the market stagnate down in that case? It is, but very slowly. No, J-Pod did not go to town on my face. All of that for $9. Jesus fucking Christ. The day is green, so move the market. Where? I mean, one candle could make it red. I know. Market crash once Nvidia earnings flop. I mean, Nvidia's still only like what, 600, almost 700 billion. It could hurt. It wouldn't trigger a crash. It could deflate the like $1.2 trillion AI bubble. Are you hanging on to your Upstart calls? I just bought them like fucking 6 minutes ago. What's the outlook on Upstarts for the next few weeks? I mean, tomorrow's T+5, and they got some good news today. So I'm gonna see what happens with that. And then, SLD is usually really bad for Upstart, so I'll probably be looking to the downside after tomorrow. Is my 4115 0 DTE put dead? Yes. Yes, it is, Dork. As are mine. Welcome to the 4115 graveyard. I often bail on contracts in 6 minutes or less. Is that because that's how much theta you buy? Yeah, I don't think the market's looking through the bad economic outlook. I think it's just not factoring enough of the potential bad economic outlook in, right? I mean, the market broadly is still assuming, a recovery into the end of this year. And I don't think that's true. Could T5 put some pressure on $20 shorts on Upstart? Yeah. Is it going to make them cover? Probably not. They can just add more to their shorts if the price goes higher. Ding ding. The day is done. Well, VIX still closed up, so, I mean, we're starting to see some of that realized volatility churn over, but very slowly. We are approaching the VIX expiration this Wednesday, so that hopefully that'll help catalyze a little bit more movement on the VIX, which has been extremely slow lately. ES, I mean, failing to gain any significant ground and just waiting until close to actually sell off from its high. I mean, we had, one solid rejection of the 1.25 standard deviation today. This would be considered a bullish reversal, but this looks far more bearish now after the failure. I still think we can stay in these upper ranges on the SPX into Wednesday, Thursday, in the beginning of the SLD period. So, that still puts our median around like 122 or 4122, our upside capped around 4140, and our downside kind of capped around 4100. I think the presence of those 4120 calls for now are going to keep us relatively above 41.20 through tomorrow. Wednesday, I don't know if they'll be able to continue to support any sell-offs, but for now, I think that they're going to continue to be a resistance towards the end of this week. But yeah, that's about it. I mean, nothing really exciting today. We traded to the upside of the mid-range. We could easily trade to the downside of it tomorrow. We'll see how futures performs overnight. But even if we do move above into that more bullish range, I think that we're still pretty limited by sold calls to any move above like 165. And tomorrow would be the day that I would most expect a move like that to occur, if it's going to occur. Very similar to the prior SLD period. Back here, on Tuesday, we had a very quick test of the upper range, and then failed back and then dropped lower into the end of the week. So yeah, I think any move here, if you are long calls, when that happens, just remember it's probably fleeting. Very similar to how the upside test was today. They're not going to last. Those sold call positions are strong. They're arguably far stronger than the sold put positions. Thank you guys all so much for tuning in, and I will see you bright and early tomorrow morning. Have a good one, guys. Good night.